Good morning, everyone who's on the YouTube live stream. Good morning. We will be beginning in a couple minutes as we get a picture of our team in the ACJC conference room. Good morning, everyone. We will begin in a couple minutes to get some more folks signing on to the YouTube live screening portion. You see on our screen, our ACJC team is getting ready for our meeting, and we'll be starting in a couple minutes. So give us a few, and we'll be there in a second. We'll be starting in a minute or two. We are seeing that a number of people are signing on time or following the instructions for sign on to the live stream YouTube. So we'll be with you in a couple minutes. Good morning, everyone. As we have more folks signing on to the YouTube video, we are going to begin here in a couple minutes. Welcome to our October 2020 NICS Task Force meeting. It's been a long time since we've seen you or heard from you, or that you've heard from us in this new COVID era. The one thing that we've worked pretty hard with the ACJC team to bring you this YouTube live streaming so that we could get information out for the NICS task force. This may be the new normal for us for the next number of months as we proceed through this time of the pandemic. So I want to start by introducing Mark Peoples and the ACJC staff to start off our meeting. The agenda is up there. Mark, it's all yours.
Okay, so first of all, like Tony said, thank you all for taking time out of your morning to attend this virtual NICS Task Force October meeting. The first thing I want to do is go over how the meeting is going to operate since we're in a virtual environment. So if you're logged in via the YouTube feed, you can communicate with us through the comment section. But if you don't have like a YouTube account, then you would have to create one. It's real easy, it's real simple while you're in the meeting. That will be the way in which we will be able to answer any questions you may have. Also, I would like to remind you that this meeting is being recorded. And so therefore it will be posted online. So with your comments, make sure they're germane to the topic that we're on, and on each topic within the agenda, we will take a break for comments and to ask questions the best way, to answer the questions the best way we can to make this thing as interactive as possible. So with that being said, it is now 9:05, and we will start off with our Executive Director providing us an update and a welcome. Mr. Andrew Lefevre.
Great. Good morning, everybody. Thanks for being here today. As always, the work that you guys do when you meet is incredibly impactful to the state. We hear nothing but great things when we talk to our federal partners about the ideas and the concepts and the legislation and changes that come out of your discussions today and over the past couple of years. We continue to look for those gaps in different systems, and with your input, how we can help close them and do that. So I know last year with the coronavirus and the legislature going home early, we had some things that we were working on that got put on hold. So I know we'll talk a little bit more about those today. But I'm excited to hear some of the conversation that's going to go on today. And again, sorry that we can't be together in person. Really sorry that we missed the Flagstaff meeting. Since that's always a good opportunity to get together. But it's exciting to see some of our staff here in the office, which has been a rare occasion of late. So look forward to hearing from you guys today, and look forward to continuing to help move the ball forward with your guys' input. So, Mark, with that, I'll turn it back over to you all, and I'm sure you'll get sick of hearing from me later on as I chime in throughout the meeting. So.
All right.
Thank you for your work.
Thank you. If you look at the agenda, you'll see that we take a break from 11 to 1, and then we'll come back at 1 o'clock and pick back up. So just make sure that we try not to have this thing where you're sitting for 3 or 4 straight hours. So we're going to try to move through this agenda. And then when we get to our breaking point or our stopping point, we'll take that break. Then we'll come back, and we hope to have this meeting over with by 3 p.m. today. So with that being said, we also have our Public Information Officer, Molly Edwards, and she's going to provide a brief update on legislation that happened to get through this past legislative session. Molly.
Good morning and welcome, everyone. The second regular session of the 54th Arizona State Legislature started on January 13th this year, and there was a total of 1,607 bills and 126 memorials and resolutions introduced this session. That's fairly normal. Governor Ducey signed only 90 bills, which is considerably than previous years due to COVID. ACJC tracked a total of 139 criminal justice related bills, and the legislature adjourned on May 26th with a total of 135 days in session. Of the 139 bills that ACJC tracked, there were 2 bills that were signed into law that is of interest to the NICS task force in particular. The first one is the Senate Bill 1504 introduced by Senator Brophy McGee, and it is better known as the Wrap Back Bill. And it closed a important loophole in our criminal records history process. For any of you that may not be completely familiar with it, state statute requires a particular occupational applicants to hold a valid FCC as a condition of employment or certification. But this program, now that we've closed the loophole, or the legislature has closed the loophole, it allows DPS to conduct criminal history checks for those that have maybe had a arrest outside of the state of Arizona. So it kind of brings everything full circle now with respect to that. And now DPS has this statutory ability to participate in the FBI's Wrap Back program. So what DPS is currently doing is they can now receive notifications anytime an FCC holder is arrested outside of the state of Arizona and is able to suspend the FCC if the arrest was for a precluding offense and be able to notify the employer and or licensor. So that was the Wrap Back bill that did pass. And then Senate Bill 1441 made improvements to the orders of protection process, but that's kind of not the best way to describe it because it was introduced by Senator Farnsworth, but it requires a person, and this could be the defendant or the plaintiff, to notify the court if a person moves out of their residence while an order of protection or emergency order of protection is in effect. So that bill, both of those bills passed on June 6th and were signed into law. So is there anything Mark or Andy want to add on those bills, those at all? No?
No, the only thing I've heard is that there could be a possibility that the legislature may try and take some of the bills that had moved completely through one chamber and then got stalled in another, that they may try and move some of those quickly during the first week or two of session, but I will have to wait and to get a better sense once they meet again as a body, if that's what they're going to do. So we may see some of those ones that we were tracking that made it through halfway through the process come back up quickly. So we may have a busier early session depending on how they want to move things.
All right, so this is our first opportunity to ask, if you have any questions on the legislations pertaining to SB 1441 or SB 1504. If you do, please use the comment box within the YouTube feed, and we will pause for a couple of seconds to allow you to comment on those 2 pieces of legislation that passed out of the General Assembly.
Let's see, Patrick asked a question.
Pat McGrath at the AOC said only the person that was awarded the residence is required to.
All right. All righty. Moving on to the next section, which is our ADRS XML prosecutor interface implementation. To give you a little background on that, a couple of years ago, the governor's office allowed ACJC to assist county attorneys with automating their case management system so they can start filling out their FDRs, which are the yellow sheets, electronically, and being able to update criminal history in a more real-time fashion as it related to what charges they were going to file and what charges they were not going to file as a county attorney. So with that, I will turn it over to Shayla Gillian. I know it says Fordyce on the document, but she recently married right in amongst the COVID, in the midst of COVID rather. So I'll turn it over to Shayla now. Shayla.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Mark. I'm happy to report that throughout the last 6 to 8 months, we have been consistently progressing with the ADRS project. At this time, we have 5 county attorneys' offices or 4 county attorneys' offices and the Attorney General's office completely submitting electronically to DPS. We also have 10 county attorneys' offices or 9 county attorneys' offices and 1 city prosecutor's office that are currently in the implementation phase of ADRS, and they are expected to go live at various times. Some of them are switching their case management system to be able to electronically submit, and others are building this interface internally, but we are working with those 10 agencies to ultimately electronically submit their disposition information to DPS. So when all 10 of those agencies come on board, and again, those are at various times throughout the next 3 months to a year, we should really start to see an increase in the amount of dispositions that are completed and the accuracy of those criminal history records. Once we get those 10 county attorneys' offices and the city attorney office on board, we'll be at about 90% of the county attorneys' offices in the state submitting electronically. So we're working with the other 2 county attorneys' offices at the moment that are sort of in the process of switching their case management, trying to work resource constraints to see if we could take this project on. So we're not sure where those 2 will land, but we're hopeful that we can get them on board as well.
Shayla, could you tell us what county attorney's office we're looking at that we're currently engaged in operation with?
Sure. We are currently testing in final testing phases with Yavapai and Apache County Attorney's offices. So as soon as we get those county attorney's offices up and going, they'll be submitting electronically. They're at the very end of their project. We are also in the midst of the project with Cochise County, Graham County, La Paz County, Pima County, Pinal, Santa Cruz, and Yuma. So those are the county attorney's offices, and we are helping the City of Mesa prosecutor's office with the project as well, just the connectivity to DPS portion.
All right, thanks, Shayla, for that update. Now we'll take any questions or comments you may have about the ADRS XML prosecutor interface project. I'll give you time to type your comments in the chat, in the comment box, and we'll answer any questions.
So Sheila, I have one. You noted that the Attorney General was in the live feed, so they got their new system stood up and they're direct feeding in at this point.
They didn't get their new system stood up. They're using ADRS Web.
Okay.
So they're submitting via ADRS Web to DPS, which doesn't require an interface for them.
Mark, the question in one of the last meetings, whether policy or infotech, there was mention of wanting law enforcement to start the consideration of law enforcement using ADRS. Did I get that right?
Yes, we know that there is a gap on the law enforcement side when they have to make a correction or they don't forward an arrest on or to a prosecutor, whether it's municipal or whether it's at the county level. And so therefore they are supposed to, I believe it's called not refer in their system, but a lot of the agencies are not doing that. So part of this project when we initially started was that once we got done with the county attorneys, we were going to look at those other 2 disciplines, which would be municipal prosecutors and law enforcement, and see if we could assist in any way to automate the process for them and what would be the best path in automating the process for them. At this point in time, we have not done an environmental scan to see what the impact of that would be. I guess once we get the county attorneys done, like was the original project, we then could go back and look at municipal prosecutors and then law enforcement to see if we can leverage any more resources to get them also to submit electronically if they're not going to refer a charge to a county attorney or municipal attorney.
But doesn't ADRS start with that booking so that it's generated from that form from the law enforcement?
Well, yeah. I mean, from the live scan, the criminal history, the O1 print creates it. But if they arrest someone and they decide that they're going to arrest them for 5 charges, but after they do their investigation, they see, well, I really only can support 3 of those 5 charges. They need to figure out a way to not refer those other 2 charges because they're only referring 3 charges to that prosecuting attorney. So once they decide not to refer those 2 charges, how do we capture those not referred charges electronically? You know, there's some, I don't know if DPS is on this morning's call. If they can weigh in. But I was thinking at one time, maybe we can look at doing something with the live scan to update the not referred. But from the initial conversation, I think we would have to look at the records management system or something like that to build that type of ADRS XML integration. Like I said, we haven't done an environmental scan or put a system analyst on it to be able to tell us exactly what would be the touch point to do that.
Okay.
Any other comments?
We can discuss this. I thought maybe a little bit later because I think that particular issue kind of fits in with future development on AZ Point in terms of tying the RMS system into AZ Point. You get that push also. So anyhow.
We have a comment from DPS, Melanie Bayou on behalf of Amber Swinsky and AZ DPS. We do not need them to be on XML. She would like them to be on web. So just a comment.
Okay. So, all right. So I guess once we get to that path, the point of emphasis will be to push them to utilize the ADRS web for all the law enforcement agencies on their not refers and see how they go about getting set up and things of that sort.
Yeah, and I only brought that up because it was kind of a theory, a suggestion part from one of your committee members, you know, so a major executive thinking, oh, well, this will work in this area with no other really pinning any real requirements behind it, just a thought, a suggestion.
All right.
So just web for the not referred or for all?
So what from the comment from DPS, what DPS is saying, when we start to do the environmental scan, look at it and talk to them about using ADRS web and not really going through the interface component of that. And so therefore, whoever's handling their charges, when they only refer those 3 charges over to the prosecutors, the not referrers, they will go into ADRS web and not refer them, which I guess from their standpoint, it's a lot less of their IT time since ADRS web is already set up and there's not much testing that has to take place. It's more so just strictly training on how to use ADRS web, which makes sense. But as long as they don't want to, as long as they're not doing double entry into 2 different platforms. All righty. Thanks, Shayla, for the update on the ADRS XML prosecutor interface implementation. Now we will be moving on to juvenile felony delinquency reporting. And with that, I will turn it over to Tony Colson to talk about where we're at with juvenile delinquents reporting to NICS.
The good part about juvenile felony delinquent reporting, which was surfaced by the NICS task force, is that it has, it appears that it will be operational. We'll start reporting maybe at the end of this calendar year. I know the goalposts have kind of moved back a little bit after talking at length and discussing this with Joe Kelroy at AOC, the juvenile division. COVID, AZ Point, and a lot of other things kind of factored into this delay of getting this reporting to NICS actually activated. The good thing, and Joe Kelroy was very specific about this, is that the NICS task force bringing this up as an issue really created a lot of discussion and a lot of things to happen in the juvenile division at AOC concerning a lot of rules with juvenile felony delinquent records. When they threw this in the sandbox and started doing the testing on it, they started uncovering the amount of confusion there was concerning all the laws, set-asides, and file destruction regulations and rules in legislation or in statute with juveniles, and how that translated over into actually doing reporting and being able to take those juvenile felony delinquents out of NICS was a real challenge for them. But as Joe said, it led to a lot of good discussion, a lot of good talk within AOC on that. And right now they're collaborating with DPS to work on this transmission piece. And they believe at the end of this calendar year that they should be able to do it. Again, COVID, majority of the staff is not working from the office, has caused some delays. AZ Point, the back end of AZ Point has caused some delays in terms of how that interacts with in the IT world at AOC. But some good things are going to happen here, and we should, by the end of the year, in our next meeting in January, should be reporting that we are operational in reporting juvenile felony delinquent records to NICS. So that's it. Mark?
All right, thank you, Tony. Does anyone have any comments they would like to make? Once again, type your comments or your questions in the comment field on YouTube, and we will gladly start the conversation surrounding juvenile felon delinquency reporting to NICS. I'll give you a couple of minutes to do that. All right, I'm not seeing any typing or anybody saying a comment's coming in.
We have comments, but they're Melanie's. One's Melanie's. Or
It doesn't either.
Sure. All right. So with that, we will now move on to mobile fingerprinting. And we're gonna let Candace talk about mobile fingerprinting.
So hey, good morning, everyone. Just to give a little background, so the mobile fingerprinting project was initiated to allow us to make sure that we have defended fingerprints in the APHIS system. So if you guys recall, phase one of that project was actually us making sure that, or us implementing the 2FID devices in Ajax courts to make sure that we have high quality prints on each defendant. So currently we've implemented 173 2 FID devices in Superior Courts. And so far, they've used them which is us making sure that those persons entering the court have been charged correctly, and also that we have their prints on file for the current charges that they're being sentenced for.
All right, thanks, Candace. So basically,
Go ahead, Mark.
so basically, we started out when we opened this thing up in 2018, I believe, with about 93,000 fingerprints being captured. And up until I want to say the last number we got, which was sometime last week, there were 923,000 prints taken so far since these devices have been in those courtrooms. The main goal for this project, and it's a project that we really need to look at expanding out to municipal courts and so on, because the main goal of this is now when a person beforehand in our phase one, like Candace said, we could just tell you that that person had a fingerprint on file in Aegis. That was it. We couldn't tell you anything else. But with this phase two component, we now will be able to tell you that that person has fingerprints for the charge that they're being sentenced for. So that is a huge step in making sure that the criminal history repository is active and reflective of what's actually happening in the courtroom. So we know that most of the arrests in the state really take place at the municipal level. And I know we don't have laws that say you have to fingerprint on every municipal crime, but law enforcement fingerprints every time they arrest someone. So it's really about time for us to start looking at the value of these 2 FID devices in municipal courtrooms to capture more of the fingerprints and the criminal history of these individuals that are committing crimes. So once we get this phase two pilot done, and I can't remember what court we're looking at doing it in, Candace, can you say?
So we're starting with Mojave County first, and I think their first pilot is roughly 30 days. So once we see the success of that pilot, then we'll move it out to other areas. But we're starting with Mojave first.
All right, so once it gets to the rest of the superior courts that are Ajax courts, it might be beneficial then to start moving this thing out to other courts to be able to put these devices in, to be able to make sure that we have fingerprints on file for the arrests that are taking place in these areas. I don't know what that looks like as far as funding or anything like that, but I do believe we have a good proof of concept right now with the ones we've just done in superior courts to maybe do some fund development around writing grants to expand our 2 FID project in municipal courts around the state. So with that, I will be opening it up for comments or questions on this mobile fingerprinting or this 2 FID project that is thankfully coming to a close, but we also see the value added that we need to expand it around the state to keep our records in line and make sure we have fingerprints on individuals.
We have one comment and one question. Candace already addressed the question, but just for the group. The question was, is phase two happening in Superior Court now? And as Candace mentioned, yes, that's correct. The comment was from Patrick Scott at Glendale. Glendale wants a 2 FID. And then Donna had a follow-up question, Candace. I'm not sure if you've seen it, but she asked if it's only Ajax courts.
Maricopa County Superior Courts has the 2 FID devices in their courtrooms, but they are being utilized a little bit different than the standard practice. So I haven't been in the Maricopa County courtrooms in a while, and I haven't spoke to the person who was over that project in a while, but Maricopa County does have the 2 FID devices in their courtrooms. Pima County at the present time do not have the 2FID devices in their courtroom, but they are interested in deploying devices. The problem right now is funding. So if it's something that we think that we might want to do on a municipal level for our municipal courts, if we look at funding or writing a grant to bring this thing statewide, we probably would reach out to PEMA again and get their numbers to bring them on board with the 2FID device. But PEMA County Superior Court is interested in doing the project. It's just a funding issue from what I understand right now.
We have another question, and it's, will the 2FID project be impacted for courts who have gone more virtual in this environment?
No, I don't think the 2FID devices will be impacted by the courts that have gone virtual. Actually, I would think it could help, because since you don't really have to be directly in front of a person to capture their fingerprint, you can easily put up a glass shield or plexiglass, put the device out there, and they just put their fingers on there themselves if they're going to be sentenced or whatever the case may be. So actually, it provides the courts to not have as much contact with the defendant as they do right now in the courtroom, because you can set the device anywhere as long as it's hooked up to a computer and the network.
And then just a point of clarification, they're not totally sure what phase 2 is. So I don't know if we could briefly go over that again.
Phase 2 is, like I said, phase 1 was that when I put my 2 index fingers on a live scan, the system returned back that, yes, I had fingerprints in APHIS. I have a fingerprint on file. Fingerprint could be for previous arrests that I had. It may not be for the current arrest of burglary. What phase 2 does is it lets the court know that I have a fingerprint on file for my current charge of burglary. So it actually gets into the weeds that says, not only do you have a fingerprints on file, I have your fingerprints for this burglary, what you're about to be sentenced to. If you all remember, back when we started this project with this 2FID, we had a lot of people showing up to ADC that was sentenced to ADC that didn't even have a fingerprint on file. What this system does, once we put this system in place, it cut down on the people showing up without a fingerprint on file. But what it exposed was that people were showing up. They had fingerprints on file, but the charges that they were sentenced to ADC for, those fingerprints were not in criminal history. So therefore, they would have to either, once again, go through the GAP program or return that person back to the county jail and say, hey, they do not have fingerprints for the burglary charge that they've been sentenced to ADC for. They only have fingerprints for the robbery charge. So what this does is it closes that gap even more to where now we're getting a 1-for-1. And so hopefully this is what it will do in the Ajax courts or any court that we end up deploying or finding funding to deploy additional devices to the courts before they sentence someone to the Department of Corrections or before they put them on probation. I mean, at the longest time, even for the probation folks, they had no clue really on the fingerprint status of the things until they started opening up the file and reviewing the criminal history. But by that time, court has passed. So then the probation officer have to find time to get that person to show up to be fingerprinted. So those fingerprints can be retroactively applied to the criminal history. So hopefully this makes us a little bit more efficient and effective in capturing fingerprints before someone is actually disposed, the case is disposed in the courts.
DPS had a question, and it's since been sort of addressed by other people in the chat feature, but Melanie at DPS asked, what if it's, as a follow-up question to her first question relating to, will this affect virtual courts? She says, what if it's a video conference? For example, subject A was arrested for DV, was never fingerprinted by the police department, has a pretrial and trial via video conference, not in the court building, so they're never there. And Patrick Scott from Glendale replied that they have defendants at Glendale come in and the police officer actually does the fingerprint with the contact with the court staff. Kathy mentioned that she's going to be launching ODR, which is online dispute resolution for 22 LJ courts in the next year. She was asking how might this impact this project since the defendant would never need to come into the courthouse.
Well, the question would be on the online dispute deal, what type of charge that individual is charged with. Because no matter what the online dispute issue is, if it falls under the felony statute or if it's one of those 3 misdemeanors, fingerprints are required unless the prosecutor reduces it to where it doesn't meet a fingerprinting requirement. So they would have to take that into consideration because you have to have a fingerprint if you're arrested for a felony, a misdemeanor sexual assault, misdemeanor DUI, or misdemeanor DD. There is no getting around that if that's what it is.
And Judge Finn just put a point of clarification in there. If for what they do in Glendale, if the plea is virtual, the defendant in Glendale only enters through security to secure the fingerprint or sentencing documents. It doesn't have anything to do with the actual criminal history record. It's not a live scan. And she says that the police officer can take a defendant down to police detention to secure the live scan 10 print if they need that. So that's what Glendale Municipal Court seems to be doing their process.
Our question for you on the 2FID project. I know we secured funding to purchase the machines, but then are the court jurisdiction over the maintenance costs?
Yeah, so we pay for the first, we pay for the first year of the setup and the first year of maintenance, because that's all the grant will allow for. And then after that, the court takes over the maintenance costs after 1 year.
And if we're talking about moving this down to the municipal level, isn't the larger policy question at some point is why is not everything required to be in the criminal history?
Yes, that is a larger policy question that would need to be had if we were to discuss moving this to the municipal level. However, there are 3 required fingerprints at the municipal level. So that gives us the requirement to, or the impetus to do that, to deploy to municipal courts. But yes, should we have the policy question, if you get arrested, should a fingerprint be captured anyway? That is a larger policy question, yes. Keep going with the question that they have.
There's no question, don't you say? For about 30 seconds, because it seems like the lag about that long, just thinking, so they can hear what you guys just said.
All right, so there are no more questions on the mobile fingerprinting project. We will now move to the victim notification system project. As some of you all may know, ACJC was awarded a victim notification grant to implement statewide victim notification for our county jails and the Department of Corrections only. So where are we at in this project? We have been through the RFP process. We have developed a statement of work. We are now working on what we have to do called a PIDGE in the state of Arizona to implement the project. We're in the process of going through the PIDGE. And the last hurdle is to find funding for the ongoing cost. Now, we have looked at, we applied for a grant for the ongoing cost for a couple of years until we had a sustainability plan in place. We are currently looking at other options to fund this project. But we have not started any development or held any meetings across the state for implementation of this project at this time. I have contacted all 15 county sheriffs. I would say 9 out of the 12 or 9 out of the 15 are really, really interested. The other 6 or so was like, we will do it, but we're small. We don't have a lot to do in that realm because we don't have our jail don't hold that many people. As you know, some of our counties are really, really small and rural. But ADC has been approached, but so they're on board. But right now, we haven't put together our work group or our focus groups or anything like that to say how this victim notification system is actually going to work in the state of Arizona. So basically, we're still kind of in the planning stages, but mainly what we're doing now is shaking trees for money. With that, I will answer any questions about the victim notification system project.
Mark, theoretically, once you get something in place, if there is someone pre-trial in custody, would the courts be able to use that to make notification, that system?
No, that's a whole nother platform for
Okay.
court notification or something like that. We're strictly, in this project, we're strictly talking about in custody, out of custody. Do the jail have the body or have they released the body? If they have released the body, did the victim know that the body was released, that they released the person? Did we notify them according to Arizona statutes and requirements? So no, we will not be doing anything with court interfaces at this time to make those types. So if someone wanted to do that, the system is capable of doing that, of updating them on court hearings and all those types of things. But we don't have funding for that at the moment.
I believe the county attorneys have expressed interest as well for a phase 2 or 3 for that, if we can get to that point.
All right, Shane, any comments, questions on victim notification?
I mean, we've already gotten one state agency that I will not name at this stage, who's very interested and wants to do a proof of concept on how this system could be utilized to generate efficiency or fraud and waste savings by turning benefits on and off. So I feel cautiously optimistic at this point that we'll come to some kind of agreement with one or multiple agencies to help pay for the system. But we have to get a little further down the road in those conversations before we can feel just optimistic, not cautiously optimistic.
We did get a question. The question is, would you notify the victim directly or contact the PD to notify the victim?
We will be notifying the victim directly, either through text message, phone call, or email. It'll be their choice, or we can do all three. The system will be in Spanish and English.
Mark, have you talked to any of to them about any other languages and possibilities? I'm thinking of our tribal folks.
Yeah, they have a dozen different languages, but the cost increases the more languages you add.
Sure.
So we for sure have Spanish and English. And if we wanted to add a third language, I don't think it's that much more expensive. But it does cost to add additional languages. I remember we added Bosnian in Missouri when I was in Missouri. So we had a Bosnian population, over 40 or 50,000. So we added that language to the system along with Spanish and English. All righty. If there's no other comments that you all would like to discuss on victim notification, we will now roll over to our E1 project. Before I turn it over to Ashley Mullen, I will provide a brief historical perspective of how we got here. And then Ashley will then update you where we're at in our current process. Back in 2015, 2014, Patrick Scott, when he was at the AOC, basically was looking at warrants and how they were handled in the state of Arizona. We noticed that there are a lot of different warrant templates being used across the state. So Patrick and the AOC decided to standardize the warrants so every warrant looked the same. Out of his research came 2 warrants, one for the Superior Court and one for municipal courts, because there was a little variance in that. So therefore, we had some type of standardization. That then led us to say, okay, now that we have a standardized warrant, why can't we have a central warrant, e-warrant process where we now can pass information to automate our warrant process? As everyone knows, warrants in the state are pretty much paper for the most part. So this led us to this e-warrant process with the courts. This e-warrant process only impacts Ajax courts. It does not impact the Tempe's, the Chandlers, the Gilberts, Paradise Valley courts, or anything like that, or Pima. This is only Ajax. However, Maricopa County already has the e-warrant platform that we're leveraging for this e-warrant process. The Superior Courts do. So with that, I will turn it over to Ashley and let her proceed.
Okay, some of the few new updates in previous meetings. We have had some agencies go live on JWI.
Actually, they can.
Agencies that have gone live are Prescott PD, Yavapai Sheriff's Office, Coconino Sheriff's Office, Mojave Sheriff's Office, and Glendale PD. The law enforcement agencies that are still in testing and they joined later in the project, the Lake Havasu PD and Prescott Valley PD. And the following Ajax courts have e-warrant interface turned on, and that's Prescott Municipal, Prescott Justice, and Flagstaff Justice Court. And the following Ajax courts are on hold or pending final testing. Glendale Municipal Court is waiting to complete testing of existing outstanding warrants with the PD before they are agreeable to switch over to the new interface. Mojave, Yavapai are waiting on the warrant stamp fix and Ajax before they go live. The Havasu Court is participating in initial testings. And Prescott Valley Court has not yet agreed or responded to participate in e-warrant as of yet, but we're still working on that. So far, AOC has been collecting some of the stats of the agencies that have turned on, and it's going well so far.
All right, so basically with this e-warrant process, the way it works, if your county has Ajax and they're operating within the Ajax environment, the law enforcement agency in that county can sign up with JWI, or basically the cost of it is $4,800. And they can be moved over to JWI. And with that $4,800, you get all of the JWI suite package, which I don't know what that is, but we did a presentation once before the NICS task force where Scott Sabaka came in and demoed the e-warrant project, what was working at that time. And basically, you then, when your officer wants a warrant, they do everything electronically. It moves through the court electronically, and then if the local law enforcement agency enters the warrant, or if it goes to the sheriff's office, all that information is moved electronically to either the local PD or to the sheriff's department, to where there's no carrying paper back and forth. Our next step to this process is to look at all the Ajax courts and see what law enforcement agencies correspond with those courts, and to try to find some grant dollars to bring those law enforcement agencies on to the e-warrant process.
Patrick Scott wanted to give a shout out to Leon Lee, the program manager on this project at the AOC, for all of his work.
All right, Leon has been working hard to work through some of the policy issues we ran into and solving those policy issues technology-wise instead of having to rewrite the policy. So he has been a valuable asset to this project. So that's what we're gonna try to do next with this next phase of e-warrants, is to go out to these counties and try to get the law enforcement agencies to sign on board and see if they can afford the $4,800 annual cost after we pay for the first year to sustain it and whatever, or we pay for it the first year to show them the value of having electronic warrants in their county, and then they'll see the value and then transition over and continue the service. So that's where we're at with e-warrants. Any questions or comments? If you have questions or comments, remember, use the chat box in the YouTube feed, and we will answer any questions you may have. All right, seeing that there were no comments on the e-warrant side, the next subject matter is our release. As you can remember, this has been going on for a couple of years. Also, we started conditions of release. We held focus group meetings with participants. I think it was like 3. The meetings were led by 3 chairpersons, one from Superior Court, one from Glendale Court, and I can't remember the third. Tony, can you remember the third? Oh, Phoenix Prosecutor's Office was the other chair, Sharon Sobin.
Yeah.
And out of these meetings, we unpacked the entire conditions of release process. In these meetings, for anybody that's new, we had clerks, we had police, we had probation, adult probation. We had judges. So we had a good group of people to look at the conditions of release process and to try to map us out of this process. And right in the midst of us going through this process, we turned on AZ Point. AZ Point started requiring a lot of resources because we were having data issues. And then right when we thought we were through that phase in January, getting ready to get started, we got hit with a pandemic. So the conditions of release project had been put on hold just due to now resources had to go to getting their people to work remotely and things of that sort. So now we're ready to pick back up with conditions of release. And the plan we have for this is to pilot this conditions of release individually. It will not be like AZ Point, where AZ Point had a state law that required to be turned on January 1st. This will be a pilot project to where we will build it and we'll allow other people to join in if they want to participate in automated conditions of release. It does require programming. So right now, as you know, in the state of Arizona, we do not have a central repository for conditions of release. We do not have the ability to share information for conditions of release. So our next phase is to get together now the group of people who will be required to assist in this facilitation of sharing information of conditions of release. So that would be first finding a pilot court, pilot police departments that's in that area, DPS, judges and whatnot for that pilot, and then building out that pilot to be able to then show the proof of concept that conditions can work through this thing. We would have to create some type of interface because not everyone uses the same terminology for conditions. So we would have to standardize those things. There's been talk that we need to look at the Form 4 with conditions just for the sake of understanding the charges. So there's still a lot of work that has to be done. But at least we know what we have to do if we really want to do this project. It's not like we haven't unpacked it. So now it's just unpacking it and seeing how technology solves these problems. So with that, I'm willing to take any questions or comments that you all may have.
We're having some buffering issues, Mark, so there's some delays and people are expressing just concern because it keeps going in and out, so. But no one responded about whether they're hearing the audio okay, so.
So to my point in the chat, if you haven't seen it, there is about a 30-second delay from our end here being live to what you guys can see. But if someone could just respond, is the audio clear or uninterrupted? Or is the audio also cutting in and out and having issues buffering? Someone who would just respond to that, please.
Yeah, we have fairly full strength with respect to the internet here, so we don't know why there's buffering unless it's on Matt's end.
Judge Finn reported that the audio is okay now, but sometimes when it stops, they hear nothing.
Okay, sometimes the pause is for me to allow time for the comments to come in. So there is sometime a minute or so of silence to give people time to comment on each section.
And a few others have said audio is fine. So if you guys could just keep us posted if the audio becomes unclear, let us know via the chat, and then we can get IT involved if needed. I think you can.
All right, so with conditions of release, the last comment I had was, did you all have any questions on that? All right, seeing that there was no questions on conditions of release, is there any other topic that we talked about in this morning session that you would like to comment on at this time before we go into our break? Which, since this is our very first one that we did this way, I'm shocked it only took about an hour.
That's not much more conversation.
And Kara Lee said that audio is cutting in and out, so we're about to break here. They're reporting that the audio was better, so maybe not fixed it, but we will continue working with IT on the break to make sure that this afternoon's the same, if not better.
Okay. My concern is how much of you out there heard the conditions of release piece? Is that something that we have to talk about again? You can do it on the chat. That'll help us.
It's 36 right now. Well, actually, it says 38. I have 38 and 36, so.
Is there anything that you all would like to talk about from the morning?
The buffering wheel of death.
Some are reporting the audio is clear. If your audio is not clear, one thing I had to do earlier was refresh my browser because it seemed like the video was frozen in the upper right-hand corner of my screen. So I refreshed the browser and that seemed to help a bit. So if you're experiencing those issues, maybe try refreshing and see if that helps at all.
Thanks, Shayla. I just refreshed and it helped me. You were unfrozen. So that's a key trick we need to put out there for everyone. That helped.
All right, well, I don't see any comments coming in for anything we went over this morning.
I would maybe give them another second. Do we need to talk about these conditions of release again?
I don't know, can someone reply that they heard the presentation on conditions of release?
I asked that question.
Okay, also, Shayla, did you catch, Patrick Scott had a question about electronic validation of the active, not a question, but a comment on the electronic validation of active warrants?
I saw that, yep.
Okay,
Heard pretty much all of it, Kathy said. The conditions of release.
All right. So with that being said, we're gonna go ahead and take our break now. We will return at 1 p.m. 1 p.m. Set your watches, your alarms on your phone. 1 p.m. We will return.
1 p.m. Arizona time, right?
1 p.m. Arizona time for you ones that may
It's
not.
already 1 p.m. where I am. Okay.
All right. Thank you all. Appreciate your time. Thanks.
Does Matt, pause?
Welcome back, everyone, for the afternoon session. We hope you had a good lunch and you're ready for this power-packed afternoon of information that we have, especially on order protection. Mark?
All right, Tony. Before we get started with the next phase of the NICS Task Force October 2020 meeting, I want to clarify one of the sections we had earlier in the morning dealing with our 2FID project. It was mistakenly stated that Mojave County had started the pilot process of phase 2. But I was informed that Mojave County has not started the pilot. They are going to be the pilot. So the next time we update on phase 2, hopefully Mojave County will Mojave County will have completed the pilot, and we can update you on their findings of that pilot. So I wanted to just get that clarification out there before we moved on. The next thing, before we move on to our 1 o'clock, was there any questions that you all had from the morning session that you may want to bring up that wasn't brought up? Remember, you can use the comment box in the YouTube stream to type your questions, and we will attempt to address them before we get into the afternoon session. So I will give you a couple of minutes to type to see if there's anything that you may have wanted us to address that we may not have in that morning session. All right. I don't see any comments coming in. At this point in time.
Yeah, stand by for just give them a couple more minutes.
Got about 29 people right now watching.
There we go.
All right. So orders of protection. As you know, the order of protection program went live January 1st of this year. During the process of it going live, we had our hiccups and our bumps in the road of rolling the system out. The last data that I received from the system was from January 1st to June 30th. And for AZ Point, remember AZ Point is 3 portals: petition portal, clerk portal, and a service portal. So the first data we received was June 30th, and from the AZ Point petition portal, there were 22,789 petitions within the system. So that's how many people had started some type of petition within AZ Point. Of those 22,000 petitions that were started, 11,552 were filed into some court. Now remember, we have 11 or 12 case management systems out there across the state. So there could have been more petitions filed than the 22,000 that was started, but we're only counting the petitions that had some type of contact with AZ Point. All right. So that's the basic data that we have out of the system as of today. By the end of the year, we will have more robust data to talk about the system and its activity and so forth. Now, back to the implementation. Right now, for the plaintiff, the petition portal, it's going fine. It's going great. It has been a real, I wouldn't say lifesaver, but it's been a real useful tool during this pandemic because it allowed courts to hold virtual meetings and also still continue to issue orders of protections in needed cases. We do have a problem in the petition portal that we keep running into dealing with the email account that's required to log into the system. Most of the email vendors today require some type of phone number as far as a second validation to grant you an email, like Gmail, Yahoo. And some plaintiffs/victims do not have access to cell phones, maybe, to get that secondary validation to create the email. So that's one of the issues that pops up every now and then. I'm hearing most of this is happening sometimes in Mojave County. It happens a lot from where I hear calls from the victim advocate. The other thing that we hear a lot is they're waiting on when the site will be able to be translated to Spanish. Since we're still making some improvements, some behind the scene type improvements to the petition portal, the Spanish version has not been completed as of today. So there still is a plan release for the Spanish component. However, just so everybody know, even though it may be written in Spanish, the responses have to be in English. So that part has not been done in regards to the plaintiff portal or the petition portal. The next thing we're going to talk about is the clerk portal. The clerk portal is working fine for the most part. Every now and then it has hiccups, mainly due to printing for the most part. But what we find with the clerk portal is that some of the courts forget about the clerk portal when they do an acceptance of service inside the court. So if you're one of the 10 non-agent courts, meaning they're not Ajax courts, if you do an acceptance of service in court, meaning the defendant contested the order, they came to court, the judge still granted the order, or may have made some modifications to the order, the court does what's called an acceptance of service. Sometimes if one of those courts don't put that acceptance of service into the AZ Point clerk portal, then the information is not documented, and then therefore law enforcement ends up getting some type of an alert that an order needs to be served. So that's just a training issue for the most part in dealing with the clerk portal. But remember, the clerk portal, since this pandemic, the court operations have worked fairly well due to being able to act remotely in issuing the orders and moving them to the servicing agency. And then we have what's called the service portal, which is for constables, process servers, and law enforcement. Once they get an order and they serve the order, they enter the information. Now, this is the portal that we're still having some issues per se with. The service portal has not been totally built all the way out, meaning we have the dashboard to where the agencies can see what orders are assigned to them. We have the declaration of service, so it can be entered into the system. And then we have the print service, where they can print out their documents for service. We're still waiting on the service attempt section, and we're waiting on the plaintiff section. So in the law that was changed January 1st, 2020, if an order has not been served within 15 days, the serving agency is supposed to contact the plaintiff to let them know. However, if the plaintiff signed up for AZ Point is sending that notification to them. But the plaintiff portal is really for the ones that are not using AZ Point, so they know that their order has not been served in 15 days, so they can make contact. So the service agency can make contact with them. Those two pieces are set to be delivered December 5th. So December 5th, we should have the complete service portal in operation. Another issue that we're having as it relates to the service portal, and it may be with the clerk portal too, I'm not so sure, but I know for sure the service portal is that we're working on a feature within the system for the service portal to where their admins can add people to their departments or their agencies. So therefore, they don't have to keep going back to the AOC help desk every time somebody gets hired or every time someone leaves service to deactivate them. This feature will be deployed also on December 5th. So therefore, it will be basically, like I said, it'll be local control on who's on your roster for your servicing agency. You will be able to control that. Now, also with the service agency, we're still having data issues. So basically, as you know, the system is only as good as the data that the system receives. So we're still having problems with documents not making it all the way through. People are still sometimes handwriting documents and not using their case management system. So an example of that would be, just to give you a real life example, let's say, for instance, somebody goes to court, a defendant goes to court, and the judge still finds and validates the order. And so the order is effective. Basically, that person now has basically activated Brady. Well, in some places, instead of entering Brady into their case management system, they're just writing paper documents and passing on those paper documents to other parties so they'll know Brady is active. Well, in AZ Point, if you don't do that in your case management system, we don't know that Brady is active. And so we are still tracking down data for that, making sure that courts understand the value of making sure they use their case management systems properly. Another instance of data that's causing major headaches is when a court issues an order and doesn't set the PCO codes. Well, sometimes when that happens, that ends up creating 2 cases in AZ Point. And so therefore, the agency looks at their dashboard and they got 2 of the same cases. Other data issues we have is with NCIC. They fill out the paperwork or they take the petition, and instead of scanning it in or however the process works, depending on their system, they recreate a version of it without typing in the allegations, and then they scan the order in and send it through. But then when you go to serve the order, you notice that the petition doesn't have the allegations. So then that hinders that order getting into NCIC because the defendant has to have the allegations of what the alleged incident involved. So basically, we're having a lot of issues. We have another issue with being able to validate the orders. The way the validation works, there's a certain time period for the ones that don't know where either DPS or NCIC sends some records and they say, court, you need to validate these records. And then the court is supposed to validate those records and give them a return back on what the status of those records are. Well, we are in an electronic process, so the records that needed to be validated right now are all paper. So we're trying to work through to get an electronic version of the validation record so we can bounce it against the repository to see if we're out of sync with NCIC. And the last few things we have are issues that deals with the process in itself, meaning the packing process of how you take the data and you search other areas for that, and then 24-hour hit confirmation. As you know, the courts are not open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So in order to do that, someone has to be able to verify a hit 24 hours, 7 days a week. So we are having conversations on how that could work. One of the conversations that is being had is to talk to the sheriff's department about doing the 24-hour hit confirmation. Another conversation that's being had is maybe to turn the hit confirmation part and the packing part back over to the sheriffs and change the law next session. So those are some of the conversations that are going around to figure out how to resolve this issue. However, these are what we would call the back-end issues. And there are very important issues on the back end part, but on the front part, you really don't see the issues, because the system, when you enter a declaration of service, it takes the declaration of service. If you need to print a declaration of service, you can print the declaration of service. The issues that we're having now strictly are data related, and they can be solved and resolved. I mean, we're making progress every day, but I wouldn't say we at the state where we would like to be 99.9999. We're not at that stage right now. We still got some ways to go, but I do believe since this is a new system, and remember, this is like turning a cruise line on a dime. We have time. We know where the bugs are at. We just got to have time to fix them and make sure that our data is accurate and correct, that is being shared across the spectrum. So I want to just stop right there with where we're at, and then I'll talk about the non-AZ point issues like emergency orders of protection and out-of-state service. So with that, I will open it up for any comments that you all may have or would like to type in there. If I missed anything pertaining to where we're at, or if there's anything you just want to share, use the comment section and we will share that out amongst the group.
Judge Finn just wanted to point out that MAG, the Maricopa Association of Governments, did some videos for AZ Point for anyone who's interested. And Melanie from DPS reports that as of 9/23/2020, the FBI was still not able to verify protective orders.
Okay. Melanie, if you would, could you just give me a call sometime so we can walk through what's happening?
Can't verify any order.
Yeah, so I guess, yeah. I'm not under it.
Just during normal hours where they can call it to the.
Melanie, is this happening during normal hours? Let's say from the hours of 8 to 6. All right, any other comments from the field?
Judge Finn, I think it's just, she said unless she's missing something, the petition's not forwarded to NCIC, only the order and declaration of service are sent. That's what's required by NCIC, but I think Melanie's talking about the additional verification part of.
Melanie says yes. Just nothing single. Sorry.
Say that again, Molly.
Melanie just wrote back yes in response to your question.
All right, so yeah, Melanie, if we can get a quick call, just so I could get some examples of some case numbers that have been requested.
Patrick with Scottsdale says 24-hour hit confirmation question mark. Did we not talk about this earlier in the year? I thought since it was electronic, it was automatic. I may have missed if this was touched on by Mark.
The 24-hour hit confirmation for the local departments within Arizona, they have access to the documents. But now what we're really having a problem with is with the FBI, say on a NICS check, or if New Mexico pulls over someone or responds to an incident and they need to verify an order of protection as an NCIC, that is where your problem come in at on your 24-hour hit confirmation. Because AZ Point is the official court record.
Captain Chigoya with MCSO, how far along are the discussions on a proposed statute change to bring the sheriff's offices back in?
We don't know. We haven't had.
We need to bring the sheriffs into the conversation. But tell them I met with the sheriffs association. So I went to the sheriff's association meeting last week, I believe, and just raised this as an issue and got some pushback from several of the sheriffs there. So we need to initiate a more formal conversation with the sheriff's association about possible law changes, if that is where we need to go.
So Mark, something that has been clarified is that the order. Oh, sorry. I was just going to say to Mark, I'm reading some of these as well, and that they're clarifying that the order and declaration are all that are being forwarded to NCIC and not the petition. Try to summarize some of these.
Correct. That is true. However, I've had the experience that sometimes when NICS need to do a check, they want the whole packet. So if they're doing a hit on a NICS check, they also sometimes want the petition, the order, and the declaration. So all that information is available in AZ Point.
Or could we not program it, send all three to NICS?
That's a whole nother discussion on sending things to NICS or dropping the orders themselves into the NICS file.
Patrick from Scottsdale just has a point of clarification or a question. If it's in NCIC, is it not valid? He may have missed it, but is there a problem with AZ Point not clearing out orders? So maybe just clarify what the specific NCIC issues that we're experiencing on the technical side are. It's not all NCIC records.
Well, the issues that we're experiencing from a technical side is mostly dealing with the NCIC record. That's where most of them are from my experience. Whether it's an order gets dismissed and we push it to NCIC to come out, or whether an order is served and that order goes into NCIC at the time of service or within that day. We send updates to NCIC twice a day. I believe it's at 10 o'clock and at 6 o'clock. Those are the 2 times a day when we're updating NCIC. Sometimes when we go to update NCIC, we get a rejection. So once we get a rejection from some of them, we have to go back and research why it rejected. And there could be various reasons as to why the feed rejected or whatnot. So most of the data issues that we're having, I think, are surrounding our NCIC pushes and pulls for the most part. Now, if you have another example of an issue that I'm not thinking of, Patrick, let me know.
So Kay was writing that data not document goes into NCIC. But Anthony says, yeah, that Kay is correct.
All right. So I guess the gist of this, the where we're at with AZ Point, we're almost at the finish line as far as getting some of these issues cleared up. It's gonna take the work though to get these cleared up with some of the courts who we are working with to figure out or to get staff to make sure that they're entering information into the case management system. We've experienced some issues where, for example, if you have an order that the court issued and you go in and make a change at the court level, sometimes that generates a modified order. So it looks like you have a modified order when actually it's just still the same issued order, it's not a modified. So those are things that we have to get staff trained on to make sure that they know when you do A, you also impact B, to make sure that they are using their case management systems appropriately.
Patrick from Scottsdale just asked, instead of bringing it back to the sheriff's office, why not local agencies?
That is a concept we could look at. Not all local agencies, though, just so you know, Patrick, have access to NCIC.
Many of the local agencies, especially in the rural parts of the state, Patrick, utilize their county sheriff's office for NCIC entry.
But depends on where we end up by the end of the year. Patrick, anything could be on the table once we start these high-level talks. All right, I don't see anything else on this part. The next issues we have is emergency orders of protection and out-of-state service. Well, on emergency orders of protection, I really don't know how they're going, how things are working outside in the field since we're in a pandemic. Maybe I will ask that question at our next AZ Point Servicing Agency meeting to see how emergency orders of protection are going out there in the field since the law changed. I have had one or two questions, but they were so far in between that I don't know how it's working out from that standpoint. I would like to, though, sometime down the road, look at automating the emergency orders of protection into AZ Point to make it simpler, since it is some type of order of protection. I don't know how that will look or how easy that will be, since it is a state form that everyone has to fill out to get an emergency order of protection. But I think that would be one of the natural progressions to bring that into the environment to make things unified, since it's the service agency that is handling the emergency order of protection in the court for the most part. There's really no plaintiff filling out anything for an emergency order of protection. For out of state, now
Mark. Yeah, hey, on the emergency orders, one of the issues that we don't see that we have to ask local departments about is the process of entering that emergency order protection into NCIC. We have no visibility from it from a system standpoint, so we have to ask departments how that is going.
Okay.
Kay wrote, the petition is not used for the EOP.
Yeah, Kay, we know the petition is not used for the EOP. That's why I said it's really a simple law enforcement court transaction. Because the law enforcement agency requested using a court-approved form, and then the judge over the telephone or whatnot says yes or no. And based on that, that lets the emergency order protection be in effect.
After this, still being sheriff. Are emergencies entered by the sheriff for the old?
No, the emergency orders of protection are entered by any law enforcement agency that has the ability to enter it. So it could be a sheriff or it could be a local police department if they have NCIC access. All right. So now we're going to move on to the out-of-state service. This, since we've started AZ Point, this has been an eye-opener as to how different it is when having to send an order of protection out of state for service. It's been to where anywhere from some states trying to charge $40 for service, which according to federal guidelines, you can't do. It's been anywhere from saying, well, they have to bring their order in to get it registered. According to federal guidelines, they do not have to register their order. So we've had a lot of departments have trouble getting out-of-state orders served in other states. However, most of the time it works out for the most part on orders. But it takes a little bit longer to get it done. And so, Tony, you can weigh in more on that because you're the one we refer them to when we're having the out-of-state issue for you to contact that out-of-state agency to liaisons as to what should happen.
Yeah, the process, usually what happens is there's an issue that arises with an out-of-state service, usually with the plaintiff, usually with a fee or showing up. That comes into Shayla or Mark and it gets sent to me. I have access to all the state laws in all 50 states that have to do with orders of protection and service. And So what I do is I respond back to that agency on behalf of Mark and Shayla and ACJC with the state law, with the federal law that supports the fact that you cannot charge a plaintiff for service of an order protection. The problem that we get into, and this is happening with the sheriff's departments exclusively in these states, California's issue, which impacts Mojave County and La Paz County and Yuma County, is the California State Registry, where orders of protection are entered into the California State Registry, and then that makes them serviceable anywhere in the state. And what the problem with California is that they're requiring the plaintiff to actually travel to California to enter that into this, to go to the clerk of courts to enter that into the service registry. Well, that's really re-victimizing the victim of this. And so, the agencies have worked it out, but what has happened is we get into the standoff where an order is not served for a very long period of time until the two local agencies on the Arizona side and the California side work it out. In other states where we're having an issue is that sheriffs are defining the provisions of VAWA and the federal provisions with full faith and credit, which is Article 4, Section 1 of the United States Constitution, that these orders are to be served. Where we have a problem is every state has to pass a law that says that you can't charge a victim or a petitioner or a plaintiff a fee to get these served. Well, in those laws and where we're having problems with the little nuances is we will get the response back that the law says that the court can't charge a fee. Doesn't say that the sheriff's department can't charge a fee for it. So we navigate through those issues, and in some instances, in order to get them served, the petitioner is having to pay. But what we are doing is documenting those instances, and we're sending them on to the Office of Full Faith and Credit, which is associated with the Office of Violence Against Women, so that we can put a check mark against their ability to get VAWA funding, if it ever gets reauthorized, VAWA funding for that state, because that is a condition of getting that funding. So we work through these issues, but it has been pretty eye-opening, and it's been amazingly, they don't seem to end. We continue to get those issues over and over again, but we will handle them. You bring that to our attention, in Mark's office gets it to Shayla gets it to me, and we handle it that day. We try to get it resolved that day for the plaintiff, because this really is not a good thing for women in general, plaintiffs. It does re-victimize survivors of domestic violence.
All right. So does anybody want to share any comments pertaining to that subject section of out-of-state service and the emergency orders of protection?
Mark, I did hear from a couple of the sheriffs that they're still having issues with some of the tribes and with full faith and credit. So not an out-of-state issue, but a tribal issue where they're having issue getting the orders, or the tribes recognizing the orders.
Tony, can you respond to that? I think the tribes typically know they have to follow the federal guideline, but if they are having issues with that, they need to funnel them to us so we can leverage that.
Tribes are obligated to serve and to enforce protective orders on the reservation, as well as tribal court orders being issued and being required to be served and enforced in the state. That is part of full faith and credit. we're required to do it, regardless of what the circumstances are. It's in law. You have to honor a order of protection issued from both tribal authorities and from the state authority, and vice versa.
Yeah, I can reach out to the sheriff and try and get some examples, or next time it occurs, let him know to contact us.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can walk them through the law and the obligations, and we've handled this a couple times. We can zero them right in on what the law is for them to follow.
We have a couple questions and comments. First, Captain Chigoya with MCSO just noted some of the stats that they've, at the close of the end of September, some of their stats in terms of the number of orders they've received, the number that have been served. So he outlined that in the chat there if people want to look at that. Patrick from Scottsdale asked Tony if there are actual agencies who charge to do their duty.
I think there was some sarcasm in there.
The answer to that, Patrick, is yes, there are agencies who charge to serve orders of protection, especially out-of-state agencies, as Tony has talked in great detail about. And then Patrick Scott noted that if the registry is with the clerk, we should talk to CA AOC. I don't know if he's saying California AOC.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it may be California's AOC.
Yeah, for emergency.
Yeah, the courts run the
Yeah.
registry. The clerks operate it, but it's under the court jurisdiction.
And Monica with MCSO just mentioned that MCSO is still dealing with some of the PDs that don't enter or don't have the capability to enter their own emergency orders. So MCSO is handling that for them. The judge, just so everyone knows MCSO's process, the judge informs them to call MCSO. Then her staff informs them, but ultimately if they call back, MCSO does it.
Okay, yes. The question is always, do that police department have access to NCIC?
Right.
If the police department does not have NCIC, then most sheriffs are willing to help them out and enter it to take it out. So the next thing, we talked about data and the analysis issue that we're still experiencing. Hopefully, like I said, we're close to the finish line here. Hopefully towards the end of the year, we can give you all data on how the system is actually working and where we're falling short and our gaps. The issue of COVID, like I said before, AZ Point has really helped in this COVID-19 pandemic environment we're in. So it's a blessing and a curse in a sense with AZ Point. But it has been beneficial to the courts. It's been beneficial to the service agency because we don't have people going in and out of the departments handing paper, impacting them. And it's beneficial to the plaintiff because the plaintiff still can get access to the courts while some are safe and secure. So it has been a good thing, even though we're still working through some issues. And the last thing that's listed under here is some presentations and stuff. Well, today I was informed that Judge Finn has received an award for innovation in court systems. Congratulations on that, and working with the courts in AZ Point and showing them that it's not that bad of a deal. It's a good thing. And also, ACJC and the Arizona Coalition to End Sexual and Domestic Violence put together a presentation on AZ Point for the National Center Against Domestic Violence. And so we're going to be presenting virtually on AZ Point, how it worked, what our pitfalls are, and some of the issues lessons learned in going through this process of changing how we handle orders of protection. So I believe that's all I have on the order of protection project of where we're at. Any questions on anything pertaining to the orders of protection AZ Point system?
We've gotten a few as it relates back to emergency orders of protection. Melanie at DPS said all local law enforcement agencies have access to a CGIS. Some just don't have the OP MKEs because they were using C4 and L4. And Monica from MCSO agreed. She says, yes, they do. As Melanie said, they all have the CGIS access and all agencies should be entering their emergency orders. And then Monica asked Kay if this is a training issue that we could address. She would be happy to provide her with some agencies that may need help on entering their own. I don't know if you have a response to that.
No, I would like to know what agencies are not entering their own emergency orders of protection. That would be nice.
MCSO also brings up a different point. They say that the majority of tribal courts they've talked to won't accept an OP from law enforcement. I assume she means stateside law enforcement. She said they require the plaintiff to physically go to their tribal court and fill out that paperwork.
That is not, and we need to know what tribes are doing that so we can reach out to them. Because they can get put on the list too.
Yeah, we know that tribes, want to operate in a certain way, and vice versa, that we've had state jurisdictions that wouldn't honor tribal orders. But that is not the law. And we can bring that to everyone's attention. Once we know the ones that are doing it, we can address those almost automatically and talk to them. It may not change anything, but at least they'll know that we know that that's not the law.
And they get put on the list.
Yeah. The other thing, just to add in this COVID area, and the, Mark mentioned previously about the petition portal, the numbers were, especially when COVID hit and we went to a lockdown situation or quasi lockdown or whatever we called it, in those April through June months, the number of petitions jumped almost 100% in that period. So that showed us what a lifeline and tether AZ Point became to this crisis. So I just wanted to add that piece.
And MCSO stating that this tribal issue is what they continuously run into, and we need a solution. And I think, Tony, your response to that would probably be you have to let us know, and we have to be aware of what tribal agencies you're having issues with so we can facilitate those conversations with their leadership. But if you would like to speak more on that, that's directed at you, Tony.
Yeah, on the tribal issue, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, Paul's question.
Yeah.
We do. It's a matter of sitting, I think, and this is an ACJC piece of sitting with the Intertribal Council, addressing this, having a work group come up with pathways to get this done, that everyone's satisfied and happy. I think there's not enough awareness, especially in the tribal side, of what the laws actually are, and bringing that to their attention, and then, showing that, both sides will work to get these orders of protection completed is going to be very important. So it's a matter of putting a meeting together and walking this issue through. And then if they want to, forming a working group to come up with policies and guidelines to do it. That's the long way of getting things done. But when dealing with Indian country, that's the things that we have to do.
And that's all, Mark, at this time. Questions and comments on orders of protection.
All right, thank you. The next thing we have is dealing with the administrative part of this. NARA 2025 will be published on our website here. We have to make one. It's current on our website. And basically what the NARA plan is all you all's hard work over the course of the years that's in one document that walks you through from infancy to where we're at right now of the NICS task force and some of the things we've been working on over the course of these years. So it is on our website right now if you want a copy of it. The next thing we have listed on here is the Arizona NICS Task Force 2012 through 2020 recommendations and performance measures. Do we want to go through that, Tony? I think what we probably want to do here is look at the latest report. I think we want to look at our latest completeness criminal history report and just give you a brief look at what's going on in that environment. So I'm gonna let that take some time to get posted to your screen, the completeness report. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, you do have a question, by the way, Mark.
All right, what's the question? I have a question.
The question was any ETA on any of those fixes just discussed, and I wasn't sure, Carolee, if she meant AZ point fixes,
Yeah.
or the specific. Oh, she said yes. So.
AZ point fixes?
Mhm.
Yes, the goal is to have everything that we can get done to the best of our ability by our December 5th deadline. So that is the goal. We are currently working on all the major fixes, which is the NCIC fixes. The ALC and the courts that are displaying these problems are meeting at least once a week. And every time we hear about something, we have now direct contacts to the actual people who will look at the data issue and track it down and see where the failure happened. So we are currently in the weeds right now trying to resolve these issues. The only thing that we can't resolve is we really would like to get that electronic validation report so we can bounce it, so we can get a true up as to where we're at in regards to NCIC and the protection order repository.
And a follow-up question from MCSO, will the December 5th update allow for the correction of bad information on the DOS form, meaning declaration of service? So will that update allow for them to edit the declaration of service if a mistake was made?
Not at the moment. It will allow you more fields to correct information that you find out at the time of service. But at the moment, it will not allow for you to edit the DOS. That is an enhancement that has been totally requested. But first, I'm just trying to get out what was promised at the beginning of this project. And then after that, we will put together a user group and we will work through things like that to make sure that those things are put on the board and table to be able to be corrected. But I do know that from you all's standpoint, just like handling your users, that'd be something that would be nice if you find out something different that you can update, and then that update can go and update NCIC. But first, let's fix our data to NCIC, and then we can work on all that other stuff. But yes, that is something we would like to do. All right, so this is the latest version of our completeness report. On the history, and basically, as you can see in table 1, it appeared that arrests were down a little bit, not much. Arrests with one disposition, we're at 68% right now. If you go to our table 2, the top 10 charges with pending dispositions. The leader is still first-degree failure to appear. The second is failure to appear. And the rest of them are drug violations and drug paraphernalia violations. So basically, we still are experiencing issues with failure to appear, not being disposed of within the FDR. And I know we've talked about this plenty of times throughout the years, but eventually we got to figure out a way to get these failures to appears to be discharged.
Now we have in this next year when we step up and get calendar year 2019, there is an expectation that these numbers will be greatly impacted by the ADRS project.
That is true, because by them electronically dismissing the way these case management systems are, if there's a failure to appear, it would automatically be disposed of. So yes, hopefully we can start to see those numbers decrease. So if you go to table 3, here's the county disposition rate. So the Arizona rate is 68%, which was better than when we started this project. I think it was at like 63. So we're still moving in the right direction. But we're hoping that if we can start targeting with this ADRS XML for these county attorneys, which we believe where the bulk of these are at, that's not being disposed out, that these numbers should start to show improvement also in 2019, especially since we turned over 2019 with Maricopa County.
There was a request to say that again about the FTAs.
The failure to appears, those are the largest segment of charges that are not disposed. So if you look at the first degree failure to appear, is at 82% of the dispositions, pending dispositions.
It's, and Donna to reference, it's table 2.
It's table 2.
Row 7.
Row 7.
Yeah, and to add, to Donna's question, that the reason we keep putting these up and the failures to appear are the big category numbers that we do this is because it does bring down our percentage of complete criminal history records, and we keep adding to them every year.
That is
so
true.
we got to find a way to not add. We need to subtract.
Donna said you said something about them being auto-disposed
Well,
through ADRS.
well, if a county FDR that is on one of the cases and they only gonna file charges, let's say they have 5 charges, and one of the charges is a failure to appear, but they're only gonna file charges on, they're only gonna file charges on 3 of those 5. 2 charges now would be automatically disposed out as a no file. So therefore it will be accounted for. There'll be no more hand paper stuff in the county attorney's office that's making those types of determinations.
Patrick Scott from Glendale said that people need to change their plea proceeding form to state that all changes that are not pled guilty to are dismissed.
That too, that would help too. If they change the plea form to say all other charges will automatically be dismissed or notified, whatever the wording is, that also will allow for it to happen. But that also requires DPS to make those changes unless they got their ass web or they have the XML interface. But yes, if you change your form, then that will also allow that to happen.
DPS states that at least in Maricopa County, the PD makes an arrest, sends it to the prosecutor's office, and when Maricopa County Attorney's Office refuses to do a no file. Therefore, those FTAs will not go away with ADRS. So that percentage in Maricopa County that apparently the prosecutor's office is refusing to no file wouldn't be affected by the ADRS XML project.
Tell them I would have to check on the way their cases are posted, but I don't know if that's with Carpel. I don't think that's the case.
Mark, could we impact this with a backlog grant like we did where we were trying to get the backlog of stuff into the NICS system? Could we provide funding to the county attorney's offices and basically ask them to go back and disposition out stuff out of their system?
Yes, that would be eligible to do that. However, you run into a problem that some county attorneys don't believe is their responsibility to dispo out that no file. Because they're saying, I mean, not the no file, the failure to appear. So they're not really taking responsibility for that failure to appear. They're saying maybe the court should do it since the court entered it or whatever the case may be. So we would have to get somebody to say, okay, I take responsibility for failure to appear and I will go in and do it. Or we do all, and they say, that's a good question for DPS. Who is totally responsible for the failure to appear as by rule? If someone from DPS can answer that question.
Yeah. Usually the failure to appear, and I see Donna and Kathy's, string here on their conversation. The failures to appear happen after the initial arrest charges. So law enforcement's really not in a place to, law enforcement not a player in the failure to appear.
So the failure to appear, who is responsible for the dispo? Someone from DPS can answer. According to the rule, not saying what the practice is, but according to the rule, who should be doing dismissing the failure to appear? Can someone answer that question?
Yeah, give them a moment to get there. They'll get it. I mean, the court, I don't know if the prosecutor brings the failure to appear or the court just files the failure to appear. I know we had this conversation for years and years and years.
Well, most of the time the person didn't show up. So the prosecutor is there waiting to take some type of action. The person doesn't show up. So.
Kathy from AOC says the courts do not necessarily feel it's their role to address an FTA without state input. And DPS says it depends on if it comes from the prosecutor or the court.
So in essence, whoever asked for the failure to appear. So if I have a court date and I don't show up, and so it's just the judge and the prosecutor there, whoever says issue of failure to appear is responsible. Is that what I'm hearing?
And Patrick Scott from Glendale states that the charge is entered by the court as required by law, so the state needs to act.
Yeah, as Kathy and Patrick know, we've had this discussion for now almost a decade, and we have not reached consensus on who's responsible, the prosecutor or the court. So that's where auto dispo came in to kind of, Solomon cut the baby in half here, to use a poor phrase.
We're not child abuse people. We're not harming children or anything of that sort, Mr. Colson.
You can skin the cat.
Can't do that either.
All right, so I think once we get some of these other, like this AZ point put to bed and we get some conditions of release somewhere on the floor, I think we probably need to circle back to this failure to appear and really take a hard look and a hard stance on what needs to happen, one way or the other, whether it's legislation or whether it's through funding and the court say, yes, we'll go back and clean them out or whatever the case may be. But I believe if they're being issued, they probably are being issued under the court's ORI, so the court would be the only one capable of disposing of them.
DPS says that AZDPS in parentheses, the state will not make that determination.
Yeah, I know that.
Melanie had a question earlier, but we kind of got sidetracked with this. To you, Mark, how is it going to be the FTA auto dispose? ADRS is not going to be programmed to do that.
No, not auto
I
dispose.
think you meant electronic.
I meant electronically. If it's on the FDR for the prosecuting attorney, their case management system will send them a 0. I think that's what it is, or whatever the code is, to let them know that this is dismissed or whatever, not filed.
And a point of clarification, when Patrick Scott mentioned the state should be the person entering by the court, he meant the prosecutor, not necessarily DPS. And then AOC says, I think you need legislation.
Now, DPS, you will need your support in the part of the legislation part. All right. So as you can see, we have a lot of counties that's not even meeting the state percentage. So hopefully with this ADRS XML feed that we're building into these case management systems, these numbers should start to go up.
Well, and as Tony mentioned, we keep adding failure to appears, but our completeness rate's going up, so we're doing something right.
Yeah, that's true. So the next thing I really jumped to is table 5. Is really what we're trying to also impact with this ADRS project, which is the number of cases submitted electronically through ADRS. There still is a lot of paper being submitted over electronic, but hopefully in 2019, that number will jump also with Maricopa County now being on board. So we hope to see some improvements there.
Yeah, and I think that also working out the, whether we have a paper FDR, I think that was with Maricopa and DPS, whether there was a paper FDR, that negotiation, that agreement certainly helps in terms of having an electronic submission and a paper submission being counted at the same time. So hopefully that we'll see that in the numbers as we move through into 2019.
All right, any questions on the data brief that we just kind of walked through? That will be posted on our website here sometime or another.
The what?
It will be posted on the website
The data brief will be posted on the website.
once it's sent to me.
All righty. So is there anything that we have missed or anything you would like for us to look at in the future to drill down on as it pertains to the NICS task force and some of its projects and goals?
Mark, did you want to talk about the CCW bill?
Go ahead.
So one of the bills we drafted last session was a requirement that people who present their CCW licenses at time to go through the NICS background check. And we know by information that we received that there are a number of folks whose CCWs have expired or been suspended that are continuing to try and use them to purchase firearms. So we had drafted a bill that would, in essence, create an electronic check so that a FFL could punch in the CCW number and get a yes or no, valid, not valid determination back at time of purchase. Obviously that we hit a roadblock with COVID and that didn't go anywhere. So I think we're
going to look at having, trying to get that reintroduced again next session, just to keep it on everybody's radar.
Any questions on that from the group?
I saw that, Pat McGrath. Copy that.
All right, so not seeing any comments that are coming through. I would like to thank you all for taking time out of your afternoon. If y'all have any questions.
There's a suggestion for future meetings, and the question is it possible to use Zoom or Skype for future meetings? For interaction purposes, this seemed delayed and difficult to not have a quote unquote open discussion.
You're getting a lot of degrees.
I understand that, but we have to leverage what the state has provided us to be able to host these meetings. And the state now from our department is a Google environment. So we're doing the best we can with the tools we have.
Dr. Scott said, ask AOC for a free Zoom license.
So we may do something a little bit different at the next meeting. We just got released a new feature within Google that I may try for the next meeting to see if that's a little bit better for you. So
We missed the interaction also.
and yes, we missed the interaction also. I used to live for those lively debates and discussions in the room.
We got done early.
But yeah, I feel what you're saying. We're gonna look at another tool maybe to do this. We have to do this in January and see how it goes. Right now, it's a trial and error. We are a Google environment. We have to use what the state provides us. Sorry. I know some of you all can't even get to Google if I was to open up a Google because you can't use the camera or the video feature. So that was one of the reasons why we tried to do this. But there's another tool that we may be able to use. And I'm going to test it out before our January meeting. And so it may look a little bit different next time. With that being said, thank you all for your time and your attention. I'll see you all sometime in January.
Which will most likely be virtual meeting again.
Virtual meeting more than likely, unless we get this super vaccine to be displayed all across the country.
Ready on PD or be a 2-pack hologram.
All right, thank you all. Appreciate it. Bye.